And here we are, bright and early. Hello, hello. I got everything queued up for my next RNG. By the way, hello. This is the Ultimate Living Origin Form Pokédex. I am right in the middle of Kindle Road in the Sevi Islands, trying to RNG all the shiny encounters that I need. And the next one that we're going for is Persian. Has a little bit of a wait compared to some of my other targets so far, but it's nothing crazy. And I'm just going to go ahead and go for it. We'll see how long this takes. Hopefully not too long. In terms of the breakdown, we have 3 more wild encounters in this section of Kindle Road, plus the surfing encounters of Tentacool and Tentacruel, which I'll also be catching on this route. After that, we have Mount Ember, we have Magmar, we need a regular one, and we need a shiny one for the Dex. And then we'll go for Moltres. So that'll be it'll be fun. Moltres certainly will be a blast. Maybe we won't even get to that today, but we'll see. And yeah, like 30 seconds per attempt here. It's kind of a chunk, but is what it is. Could be a lot worse. Of course, it's not going to matter if I get this, in the first couple tries. Then who cares? The Rapidash was my... Oh, wait. It's very hard to tell which Persian is shiny. So, yeah, the Rapidash was the last one that I did on this route. Took a minute, but I was able to clutch it out at the very end of my last stream. So hopefully with the calibration from that and the experience, the practice, you should say, it'll be enough to get this over with fairly quickly. And I was 2 seeds late, and right around the frame. So 2 seeds late is that's a lot. If I'm more than 1 seed off, then, I mean, it happens, but it usually means I have to make a mental shift of some sort. I need to approach the timer a little differently. You could ask, hey, why don't you just calibrate if you're off by that much? And the answer is, calibration is for the weak. And that's all I'll say. I was having pretty significant issues hitting the seed towards the end of last stream, so hopefully I can get back into a rhythm, because once I do, if I can consistently hit that seed, that initial seed, things really fall into place. That really allows me to move through these quickly. Hey, that was fast. Okay. That was really cool. And one of the longer waits per target, so that's really nice that I was able to get that second try. Yeah. Damn. Good start. I will not risk accidentally knocking this guy out, so I am just gonna chuck balls while it's asleep, but that's plenty, as you can see. You know what? It is kind of noticeable now that I'm looking at it. Yes, it's still a subtle change, but it's something. Alright, I have no idea where the Meowth line is on this thing, but here we go. So Persian is checked, so we have that completed. All kinds of Meowths later, but nothing for now. So, I have an open party slot, and I have more things to catch in this spot. So let's go ahead and dive into my spreadsheets here, see what we have going on. So this Persian is taken care of now, very quickly, I might add. So the next one on this list is Ponyta. We have Rapidash, we have Persian. We need Ponyta, Hero, and then the Tentacool line before we move on to the next place. So I'll copy the seed I have stored here. I'll put it into my PokeFinder application. And this is the spread that I'm going for. I'm going to plug in that information into the 10 lines, which I didn't even... Actually, I did use it once. So, never mind. But I'm going to plug that into this guy. $3.15.26. $8.26.15. Okay, and just double check here. This Ponyta, stereo L equals A, so it's the same settings for the seed, so I don't need to change anything. And stereo L equals A, and this target is a lot faster. So I'm happy about that. We can move through these attempts quicker. But once again, that's not going to matter if I just knock it out first try. I mean, that's not a crazy idea, is it? To maybe get this thing 2 shinies in a row. I'll just save again just in case. I know that I already saved, but you get paranoid after a while. All right, if there was ever a time for me to get 2 in a row, it would be now. Well, I guess that's not true. I guess the static encounters are more set up for that. Hence how I got 2 fossils in a row. But this is close enough. Just gotta hit this seed, and I have a pretty good shot. And if that's not on seed, I'd bet it was a little late. 1 late, maybe. We'll go with that. Yeah. No 2 in a row, but that's fine. Really, those only happen when I don't expect it to. So what I should really do is I should just not speak that out loud. And just let it happen when it's going to happen. But I have a feeling that I was 1 seed late, and well, let's just see how close I am. I'm also probably late on the frame. No, I was on seed. Okay, all right, well, I was on seed, and I was 1 frame early. Damn, I was close. I was really close to getting that 2 in a row. On seed, ooh, damn. Well, at least I'm on it. One frame off, 2 in a row, damn. Well, it's not a big deal. Really, I'm still gunning for the 3 in a row. I don't know if I've done that yet. Three in a row would basically entail 6 frame perfect inputs consecutively, which is kind of pushing the human limit a little bit. I think I can do it eventually. Although I am running out of targets in this game. Because once we move on to Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, most of those encounters are going to be single frame perfect inputs. Okay. And therefore, it'll be much easier to get consecutive shinies. But it will also be less impressive. So if you want to think of it in terms of like comparing the 2 games skill-wise, 6 consecutive shinies in Hoenn is about the same as 3 consecutive in Kanto. Because of that dang initial seed every time. I must attack the button. Seems like the only way to consistently hit my seed is to be very aggressive with that first press. I bet that's the same Meowth I hit earlier on seed 1 frame early. And if I'm hitting that once again, you'd think, oh, maybe you want to calibrate the frame to be 1 later. But no. No, I will not do such a thing. I just need to have 1 frame later energy. That's all I need. I don't need to calibrate. Plus, we're flying through these attempts anyway, so I can afford to have some lubs here and there. Don't know if that was quite 1 frame late energy. We'll see. Yeah. Probably not. All right, one more try before I check. But I have a feeling that most of these so far have not been on seed, except for that one where I saw the Meowth. All right, that one felt good. Now, 1 frame late energy. That felt good. Let's see the blue horse. Come on. Yeah. All right. I am seeing the same Pokemon over and over again, I think. So I'm staying consistent. Usually a good sign. I'm a lonely boy. You certainly are a lonely boy. Spearow. I was on seed, and I was 1 frame late. Wow, okay. You love to see it. 1 frame early, 1 frame late. So my 1 frame late energy was actually 2 frames late energy. So now I need to adjust my energy once again to be... I don't know, how would you phrase that? Maybe get good energy? Get good? Get the frame energy? I have a feeling that's 1 frame early again. Which is wild because, like, that felt totally on the later side. Like, I would have expected to be 1 frame late, if anything, but... Oh well, oh well. My feeble human brain cannot comprehend 16 millisecond windows. All right, that one's got to be right on the money. If I'm on seed, this is Blue Ponyta. Well, I don't think I was on seed, so. Could go early, could go probably not late on that one. Maybe I was 1 frame late. Jeez. Okay. Have the mind games already started? We're 20 minutes in, come on. I mean, I did get pretty lucky with Persian, so I have nothing to complain about, but it is one of the more frustrating things with RNG manipulation when you are dancing around your target, when you are 1 frame early, 1 frame late, 1 frame early, 1 frame late. That can get pretty maddening over time. No, that's a different Spearow. It's a whole nother thing. Or is that the... Yeah, no, that's different. There's really no point in me checking anymore, because I've been all over it. So I just need to execute. I need to execute, then I need to executor, then I need to Alolan executor, and then we'll be good. Might have been on the earlier side. Is that the one early? Meowth? I think, I don't know what's worse, if that wasn't one early or if that was. If it was the one early one, that would be probably more demoralizing than if it was just some random off-seed, off-frame Meowth. But we will never know, because I'm not going to check. There's no point in going through all that. All right. I've hit early, late, early, late, early, late. You gotta be kidding me. That's probably early again. Jeez, what is going on? I am skewing more on the early side, but I've hit I've hit late too at least twice. So I don't know what to do. I don't know how to mentally account for that. Just very, very unfortunate. Okay, that's different, thank goodness. That one's a dud. Okay, seed felt good. And frame. That felt fine. Could go either way. Could really go anyway at this point. But it went the way that I was looking for. Thank goodness. Okay. Ponyta really humbled me after that very successful Persian RNG. So thank you, Ponyta, for bringing me back down to earth. Really appreciate that. I don't mind taking an extra long gander at Shiny Ponyta. That's fine with me if you want to draw this out. Sure, yeah, why not? Let's just hang out, Ponyta. Let's just hang. Fine by me. Three for 3 sleep powders is pretty cool, Venusaur, but I would appreciate if you saved that luck for when I actually need it. There are way more high-risk situations where that would be helpful for you to be consistent with those. And with that, the horses are lorses. Okay, there you go. Ponyta line within these games is complete. And I don't have any more empty party slots, so I need to run back to the PC real quick. So, in all, we're making decent time. Persian was extra fast, Ponyta maybe a little bit more drawn out, but nothing crazy. Okay, so we only have one more encounter in this grass, which is Fearow, of all things. And then we have Tentacool, Tentacruel, and we'll move on to Mount Ember and all that that entails. So let's adjust this real quick. So the Tentacool, Tentacruel right there, but we're going to scroll down here real quick for Fearow. And yeah, we got 2 there for that seed. Copy that seed, and the settings are mono L equals A. So same thing, just mono. Keep that in mind. And we actually have quite a few shiny spreads. But this is the closest one. It's a Knave Spearow. So before I plug all this in, I'm going to run to the restroom, but I'll be right back. And we're back. Okay, so where was I? I was plugging in this info to the 10 lines. $29.18. $16.10.22. And it's mono L equals A. Another pretty quick target as well in terms of wait time. But will it be quick in terms of execution? That remains to be seen. I'd say that we have a pretty decent chance of getting this quick, or at least not gonna say anything about any streaks, but we could get it faster than otherwise. Let's say that. Let's just go for it again. Who needs calibration? Oh, okay. That was actually, like, you never really know, but I knew that was late. That was definitely late. No use going through with that. All right. We will investigate. One seed early. And one frame late. Okay. That is actually perhaps a good thing to know. That was on seed 2 frames early. Interesting. There's also method 4, though. Which, if you don't know, is basically the game sometimes generates Pokemon a little bit differently. There's like a hiccup, basically, in the process, the way it usually works. So, for our purposes, that doesn't really matter. It just means that the target Pokemon's going to have different stats. I don't know if it's going to have... It can have a different nature, too, maybe. But, you know, it'll still be shiny. I think. I'm pretty sure. So it doesn't really matter as long as we're on frame. So that was 2 frames early, so I'm going to be a little bit later. A little bit on the later side. See if that helps. And I'll just go again. Probably too late. I mean, I don't know. I think I am overdoing the delay there. I'll just give it a normal-ish attempt this next time. I don't think I was on seed either with that one. Hello! Very nice. Sweet! Everyone's favorite Pokemon, Fearow. Oh. Does Mirror move? I don't know if that... I think that just works with attacks, but... Also, I'm low on sleep powder, so hopefully I catch this. Let me see if I can pronounce this. Guchinoko. Is that how you say your name? You manifested it, by the way. That's some light work right there. Well, you know, you're not alone there. I think we all have mixed feelings about that bird, don't we? I see, I see. I used to be more into fashion, but I've been out of practice for a long time. Alright, so I definitely saved. I saved twice, so it's not like I'm going to mess that up. Okay, where is Firo? It's got to be towards the top, right? Yeah. Okay, actually, that's not true. It's after that, but regardless. So that bird is taken care of. Let me go ahead and scroll down to Tentacool and Cruel. Yep. Those two guys are our next targets. And you are done. So let's do Tentacruel first. Why not? Stereo L equals A. So that's the settings we need. I'm going to plug in the spread here. Okay, hold on. That should be closer. That should be 1442. Okay. Maybe I got them mixed up. Because that's for a Tentacool. What if I plug in the seed? Uh-oh. That's not good. It appears I may not have the Tentacruel seed correct. Yeah, because that's way too long. Okay. Well, I can fix this. I hope. If I... Let's just kind of like plug in some of these random seeds that I have, these shiny frames. Surely one of them's going to work. No, that's 16,000. One of these has got to work, right? Surely. I guess Tentacruel is a pretty rare encounter. We may be in trouble. I may have to find one. That's not close at all. Okay. We have a Tentacruel. Just on a different seed. So we'll take that. Alternatively, I could have tried fishing encounters too, but yeah. Okay, so I have that, and that doesn't conflict with the other spread. I have there's actually two shinies on that seed, but they're different PIDs, so it's fine. So here, just so you all can see what I'm doing. So this is a shiny frame that I basically discovered, and I'm not using it at present, but it does work for Tentacruel, so I'm going to use this for Tentacruel instead. And let me just... take that off. So this one... okay. Tentacruel. And that other Tentacruel... you don't exist. Get out of here. All right. In that case, let's start with Tentacool. Because it's a lot faster of a target, and it just makes sense to go in evolutionary order, doesn't it? And see, yeah, that's 769. So that's like probably one of the faster frames I can feasibly even go for. So apologies for that diversion, but we are now back on track. And let me just go ahead and plug in everything here. This is surfing. Docile boy. Where's Docile? Docile, Docile, Docile. 344. $28, $15, $14. Okay, and you are stereo help. Stereo help. I agree. Tentacool is a dope shiny. Fun fact, it was the first shiny I ever found in my life. It was a random encounter in Pokemon Ruby. And I didn't know what shinies were at the time. So I was very confused. I don't even think I saw the star sparkles, but I saw that it was green. And I did catch it and just kind of I hung on to it for a little bit. I have no idea. It's probably super gone in the ether by now. Yeah, unfortunately, this Tentacool is clear body. It's not liquid ooze. Sure. So the rules are a little bit confusing at times. So I get it. Basically, the idea is I'm trying to get a full living dex with all the forms, which includes the normals and the shinies. Yeah, that's fast. I need to be on that. And so what that means is I'm going to try to catch all the gender forms, all the like variants, including normal and the shiny forms. So basically all Pokemon and double that, because the shiny forms minus some shiny locked encounters, which there are a handful of. And in terms of how I choose what game to catch them in, I'm treating Gen 3 as the starting generation, because there's a hard cutoff from Gen 1 and 2 with no ability to transfer up. And you could say, oh, but what about the virtual consoles? Well, they're kind of in a weird gray area, because technically they don't connect with Gen 3, they connect with Gen 7. And so they're out in their own separate path, sort of, so to speak. So I'm basically treating them like their own thing, except I do have like 1 or 2 encounters I need to get from the virtual console, specifically mainly just shiny Celebi from Virtual Console Crystal. But yeah, so the focus is trying to get them all from their home regions. So I'm getting Kanto Pokemon from Fire Red and Leaf Green. I'm getting Johto Pokemon from Heart Gold and Soul Silver. So even though I can catch Johto Pokemon in this earlier Generation 3, Johto does not appear in Generation 3, so I'm going to go to 4 to get them. If that makes sense. You know what, why am I even checking this? Like, that was like a really rushed attempt anyway, so let's just try again. But yeah, if you want a full breakdown of all the rules and all the considerations, I have an Excel doc, or not an Excel doc, a spreadsheet linked in the description, and also you can use a chat command to pull it up. And it has the full breakdown as well as my checklist for all my encounters, so you can kind of get a sense of what exactly I am going for in terms of number of Pokemon and the different forms. But yeah, I think so too. I think it is pretty cool. All right. So now I will actually check what's going on with you, because I'm pretty sure that was a solid attempt. What's up, Stiggy? Yeah, I would say that's probably the most justifiable use of PokeReader is the Shiny Celebi, because it's exclusive to Virtual Console, and doing a full odds hunt 118192 it's pretty tough, especially on the Virtual Console. I actually did a Shiny Celebi hunt full odds during COVID, and I didn't keep track of how many attempts it took, but it took a long time. I think it took like at least 2 weeks of soft resetting. Jeez, I was 2 seeds late. That is ridiculous. So I do have a Shiny Celebi from Virtual Console already, but that will not be included, because I'm trying to do everything for this challenge from scratch. Still a little bit iffy about certain event Pokemon that I've obtained before, but can't recreate. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Event Pokemon in general, it's just that's a mess when trying to factor everything into this challenge. That's pretty cool, actually getting it on the real cartridge. I think I've had this conversation before, but it wasn't possible to get the GS Ball in the English Crystal, right? I'm pretty sure it was only for Japanese players who connected to this cell phone network situation. Okay, on seed, and I'm skewing early, probably because of how early this frame is. So it is probably worth calibrating. I'm going to say calibrate by 2 frames. That's what I'll do. So let's say I hit 267. Or 767, I mean. So that's not too crazy. That is a really nice thing about the Virtual Consoles, is it's pretty trivial to convert your saves from the real cartridges to those. So in that sense, you could say that there's transferability from the original Gen 1 and 2. But I don't know. It's still kind of like a gray area for me. Hey! Not too bad. Shiny Tentacool, my first shiny ever. Not in this game, though, so the sprite looks a little different. But it is a pretty solid shiny. I am a big fan of the green orbs on its head. Sort of first try. Sort of, kind of. Post-calibration, let's say. But yeah, you know, actually messing with the physical cartridges is not as hard as you'd think. You just need a cartridge reader of some kind, whether that's through a modded Game Boy. I'm able to mess with my GBA and Game Boy cartridges through my modded Wii. Yeah, I would imagine that Tentacool is probably a very common shiny for people to have encountered. Because isn't it like, I think it's one of the most common encounters, period, because you have to surf at several points, and it's like the most prevalent surfing encounter in at least the early games. So it's not unique as a first shiny encounter. But it's nice to see. Also, what is Tentacool's catch rate? Because like this thing is fighting. Like, come on, like what? You're level 8. Are we really doing this? Well, you can see me that way if you want to. Look into, you know, Wii Homebrew is, when it comes to modifying your hardware or your consoles, doing it on a Wii is probably the easiest thing possible. It's very exploitable. You just need an SD card with the right files put onto it. It's really really doable. I would highly recommend giving it a go if you have a Wii lying around, which most people do. It was one of the most popular consoles at the time of its release. Yeah, unfortunately, Zubat's another one of those ever-present encounters. A lot of people have probably found full odds shiny Zubat. But did you encounter the Gyarados as a Gyarados? Oh, wait, you mean, you probably mean the Lake of Rage Gyarados. Because I was going to say, like, finding the, like a random shiny Gyarados would be pretty impressive. Yeah, unfortunately, the Wii U, I never had one. I'm not super familiar with what you can do with it. So, we have the last encounter of Kindle Road, which is this Tentacruel. Big bad Tentacruel. And this one's an actual weight, but still nothing crazy. This one does have Liquid Ooze. So we have one of each ability. $13, $15, $20. Or $19.10. So this is going to be mono L and R. And if I had to guess, the calibration I just used for Tentacool is not going to be as effective for this, but let's find out. That's right, Handsome Jake. Yeah, the Game Boy operator seems to be very convenient. I don't have one. I thought about it, but my setup with my Wii works just as well. It's just a little more tedious to use and set up. I've never heard of the memory brick thing, Stiggy. That just sounds like the cherry on top of all the Wii U anecdotes I've heard. Also, we'll see who's oozing. We'll see. So true. Get busy oozing or get busy losing. Hello? I got a method 4 on frame and what is this? I don't know which tentacle it is, but I would assume, yeah, it's 3 early. Wait, it's 3 early? That's kind of weird. Does that make sense? Was I early or late last time? I was early last time. So I'm even earlier now? I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again, hopefully without a method 4. Stiggy, that is just the cherry on top of the Wii U. It sounds like. At least it's only for early models. But that's... I have nothing else to say about that. Poor Wii U. What gives? Why is this not coming up? 38, 83. Oh, 38. There we go. 1 seed early. And just about on frame. So good thing I didn't calibrate, because I think the method 4 was just a little funky in terms of the timing. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if I'm on frame again and it's not method 4, it'll still be early. That is a Tentacruel, which are very hard to find, typically. And I was 1 seed late, unfortunately. And 3 frames early again. I'm not liking that. I'm not liking how I'm early. It's highly variable, it seems. So I won't know for sure until I'm on seed. And, now that I think about it, you know, like method 4 spreads, they don't really affect the timing. So maybe I should go ahead and calibrate. I just don't want to do that prematurely and then overshoot. So I'll give it one more go on seed before I do anything. No, you see, we can't move on because that Tentacruel clearly was not oozing. Oozers only, remember? Exactly. Jeez. 2 seeds late. I'm losing it. It is very bizarre because I feel like, for the most part, I'm pretty consistent in my approach with this seed. But the fluctuation, like 1 early to 2 late, is actually pretty big. You know, I'm usually only off by 1 in a given run, but in either direction. But it seems to be like a 3-frame window now. Right, I need to focus on oozing. This is the last encounter of Kindle Road, so naturally, Tentacruel wants to draw things out a little bit. Fine by me. Alright, at the very least, I just need a normal encounter on seed so that I can tell whether or not I need to calibrate. Because I likely will need to. I feel like I found a rash Tentacool before. Hopefully it's not the same one. I think it is, yeah. That was 1 seed early, again. So I went from 2 late to 1 early. Boggles the mind. And how much did that cost you, Stiggy? Your entire life savings? Probably. That sounds like a pretty cool setup, though. I'm in the process. I never had a Wavebird controller, but I am in the process of obtaining some, or I need 1 controller and I need a bunch of receivers for a couple different projects I'll be working on in the future. But it seems like a very useful thing to have in general. Two seeds late again? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 2 late. 1 early. 2 late. Doesn't make any sense. Makes no damn sense. Sheesh. Yeah. That does sound about right, though. And honestly, that's not the worst I've ever seen in terms of pricing. So what is your plan with this dual setup? Are you hunting for something specifically? I see. Well, that is a fine addition to anyone's collection. Yeah, I wouldn't say getting the bonus disc is usually worth it, especially when you can just use the ROM. And this is method 4, it seems. Is it method 4 on seed? It is. Okay, that's crazy that I hit. The only other time I've hit on seed so far is a method 4 encounter. But I'm just going to use this to calibrate because I'm just going to do that. So I'm going to say I hit 2174. And hopefully that will apply to the target that I want. Fingers crossed. Right, you do have to do a full playthrough, purifying all the shadows before you can get the Celebi. If that Celebi wasn't shiny locked, that would almost be worth going for. I mean, it is nice to get a Celebi from Gen 3, which is technically like a non-distribution one that's continuously available, even though it's a huge paywall. You know what? I'm not going to check this one. Probably wasn't even on seed. What would you be going for, shiny? There's a lot of decent targets in Coliseum. A lot of random ones, too. My personal favorite Pokemon is one of those encounters. Hey, let's go. We're oozing now. Oh, very nice. Very nice, yeah. I'm glad somebody appreciated that. That was kind of a spur of the moment decision in the video. Just kind of messing around. First try, yeah, of course. Looks pretty magnificent. Those green orbs are really gleaming on this one. Not the bubbles. Tentacruel could probably handle either Venusaur's attacks, but it's really not worth it. A crit would be so devastating, especially since it's taken a decent amount of time to get this guy, so let's just keep chucking. But clearly this Tentacruel is doing nothing but oozing. Oozing on me. He's snoozing and he's oozing. But can he get in this ball? Please. We may be here a while. I don't know what the catch rate is, but it's probably not very good. Now this is nothing compared to one of the legendary encounters, as we can see. But it all works out. If I were to nickname these Pokemon, that one would definitely have ooze somewhere in the name. Be very appropriate. Great, we are done with Kendall Road. We never have to be there again, but we do have to pass through it to get to the mountain. And on that mountain we have Magmar, normal and shiny, and we have Moltres. So I will go ahead and catch both Magmar, and then I'll double back and try to prep for Moltres if I can get ready for it in time, which surely I will. I'm moving at a pretty good pace. Magmar is only one additional shiny encounter. I do like this music out of the Kanto tracks. This one's solid. Okay, I'm gonna probably just look for a normal Magmar first. And then go for the shiny. So, I don't know what the encounter rate is. I think it's pretty low. Also, I didn't update the stuff. Let me do that real quick. Boom, boom. Did I even tick the counter for Tentacool either? I don't think I did. So we're at 252. And now we search for Boober. Boober. Alright, surely you live a Razor Leaf, even if I crit. Yeah, you definitely... You'll probably live another one, honestly. Even if I crit. So let's just try to do that. Big damage, though, jeez. Sheesh. Aw, damn it! Okay, well... Hopefully it's not that rare of an encounter. With the increased crit chance of that move, it's like a 1 in 8, right? For Razor Leaf to crit. So, unfortunate, but very, very likely that that was going to happen. Also, I now know that if I encounter the shiny, then I will most certainly only use one Razor Leaf, not multiple. I could also try my secret power, but I'm afraid that one would do over half. Your first 3 shiny encounters? What were they? Okay. So, do I even... Let's do secret power, you know, just for the hell of it. Okay. So, definitely won't use that on the shiny encounter, but Razor Leaf is an option. So for those first 2, they were like encounters before you had Pokeballs at all? Or you just didn't buy any Pokeballs? Oh yeah, with the smoke screen, there's no shot that I'm going to be actually hitting you with Sleep Powder. Yeah, that's what I figured. A pretty, understandable move there. Especially in the early game, you're not really thinking about catching a bunch of Pokemon, because those early game spawns are not very useful, usually. So I get it. Alright. Regular Magmar on deck. Where are you, by the way? There you are. And with that, let's find our slot here. Alright, so Magmar. I don't even have you pulled up, do I? There you are. That's the seed, and the settings are stereo help. Just so that I can remember, stereo help. Don't forget that. Okay. I don't know why. Oh, it's one island. That's why. One island first. Oh, wait. No, it isn't. Well, where the hell? Oh, because it's surfing. Then one island. No, yeah. Not Mount Moon. Mount Ember. Okay. Mount Ember exterior. Magmar. Shiny. Seed. Boom. $18,623. $14,1620. And it's stereo help, because I remembered. And this calibration is going to be very different than what I just did with the squids. So I'm going to... definitely going to need to calibrate first. Before I have any chance of getting this guy. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you ultimately did catch that Onyx. I remember my first playthrough of Diamond, my first Gen 4 game, I was in the forest with that one chick and her Chansey, and I encountered a shiny, I believe it was Cascoon, a shiny Cascoon, and I didn't understand at the time how I could catch it or how that would work, so I ended up killing it, unfortunately. But I'm glad that you caught the Onyx, because that's actually a cool encounter, especially evolving it into shiny Steelix is pretty solid. Are you method 4? No, what are you? You're method 2. Okay, I've been hitting those lately as well. 1956. Wow, I'm actually... Okay, I was 1 frame off, according to this. So my calibration actually is pretty solid, somehow. That doesn't make any sense to me that that would translate from the water, especially when the grass encounters on Kindle Road had a very different calibration, but whatever. On seed, 1 frame off. That's the same one. It's gotta be. No, that's a different one. Okay, well, seems like I hit this guy twice. So, worth checking out. On seed 2 frames late. And I've hit that twice now. And I was 1 frame late earlier. So I do think it is worth calibrating by 1 frame. I will do that. That is what I'm willing to do. Yes. Yes, we already have Fearow, everyone's favorite staple Pokemon. Undoubtedly the top Kanto Pokemon of all time, Fearow. We all know this. It's definitely up there. I wouldn't say it's the most obscure or the most forgotten. Maybe it is. I mean, it's one of those like classic early game evolutionary lines like Spearow is, but I guess the evolution itself is more obscure. That's true. I don't want to check. I don't want to. Yeah, that's fair. I think that Shelder has a pretty iconic design, though. Like, it stands out to me. I mean, the shell with the tongue. It's pretty unique. I'd say that gives it a little bit of an edge over Fearow, which is just a decently sized bird. And you're right, there hasn't been a lot done for Fearow. I don't even know. So, like, I know that the transition from Gen 6 to 7, a lot of mid Pokemon got some base stat increases. I don't know if Fearow was one of them or not. But maybe there's your answer right there. I don't even know, because Fearow is one of the most forgotten Pokemon. So I guess proving your point right there. I don't want to check it. I don't want to. But probably 1 frame late on seed. Damn it. Stupid bird. I hate birds. Until we get to Moltres, then I love birds. If that one really is on seed 1 frame late, and I've hit it like 3 different times, perhaps it is worth considering calibrating again, but calibrating for the... it's just... it's so easy to overcalibrate, you know? At a certain point, it becomes a skill issue more than anything else. Oh. Jump the gun there. Boober! Boober. Alright. I think even with a Razor Leaf crit, I'm not going to kill. Oh yeah, definitely not. I could probably go for another one, but I'm not taking any chances. Not after what happened last time. Exactly, first try. So I would imagine this is going to be a tough catch, especially if Magmar starts using Smokescreen and my Sleep Powders become a coin flip. That's not going to be good. Never mind. That went really well. Yay. Very good. Fantastic. All right. Magmar is done. And I am done with this mountain. ATM. But we will be returning momentarily for the big kahuna. Okay, here's the deal. First, let's drop you off here. Well, hold on. I might actually use you. What's your ability? Flame body. Do either of you have flash fire? No, flame body. Okay, that's not going to be so useful then. But it might be worth having you in the party anyway. What's, Rapidash's ability is not that either, is it? No, you are Flash Fire. Okay, great. So you're coming with us. And we need Magneton. And that's the squad right there. I do need to get rid of one person, though. Probably this Venusaur, because I don't need Sweet Scent. And you're a little bit lower level, so... Alright. So here's the strat. For Moltres, I have this Magneton, which will 100% be... I don't actually know if it'll be taken out by a single fire move, but it's not going to be pretty if it gets hit by a fire move. But the good thing is, I can use double team, 6 double teams. It'll have leftovers, and hopefully that will give me enough of a buffer to progressively sit and throw balls as Moltres is paralyzed. That's the hope. So I actually think I'm going to lead with this and fly there. All right, so let's get to the spawn. Oh, also, do I need more Pokeballs? I probably want to buy some more. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. So maybe like 70-ish more would be good. I don't actually know if there's a Pokemart on this island. There is not. It is on 3 Island. There we go. Oh, you don't sell Pokeballs? Well, that's inconvenient. Okay. I'm gonna pause real quick, use the restroom. Be right back. Okay, so I have to go back to Kanto proper to get more Pokeballs. Yeah, it is pretty fire, I will say. Appropriately so. Alright, surely you sell Pokeballs. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need about 70 more of those puppies. Alright. It feels like I'm winning, but I'm about to be humbled very quick. How are you doing, Shargo? Wah-wah. The target is Moltres. I'm going for my second bird. Second shiny bird, that is. And the only... I have to do some tests. But I'm pretty sure Magneton's gonna pull through. Even if it catches a Fire Blast or two. I'm doing great. Thought I'd knock out a stream earlier in the day. Because I got some plans later. Aw, come on, dude. What sort of board games have you been playing? Yeah, the Burbs of Pain. What do I want to... It's not like I need Venusaur to be full health or anything, so... Oh, that's lovely. Thank you for that. Okay, good. Yeah, I have a feeling Zapdos went really, really well. So I have a feeling Moltres and Articuno are not going to cooperate. I like the name Gloomhaven. That sounds fun. And I've never heard of Deck Builder. That's a category of games? Oh, clearly. Yes, Articuno is the superior bird. Which is why we're saving it for last. What's wild to me about Articuno is that for most of the history of the game, Articuno was the worst bird competitively. But it had a streak in Scarlet and Violet where it was actually viable in VGC. It wasn't like the top of the charts or anything, but like I think the combination of snow and some other things made it actually useful, which I was very surprised about and happy for, because it is the best bird. It deserves more usage. I gotcha. I'm not a huge board game person, but I do really like Settlers of Catan. Don't know if you've ever played, but I would highly recommend. It's a good one. And there's multiple versions of it too. I have the original version. My brother has another. Oh, they use sheer cold on it? That's hilarious. It's kind of like the whole thing with Ting-Lu as well, using Fissure. For some reason, one-hit KO moves are suddenly viable, or at least they were more viable than before. Alright, so I'm going to do a test run here real quick. Just kind of get a feel for the battle. So first, I need to know the likelihood that it's going to one-shot me with Fire Blast. I do outspeed, so that's big. That's very big. Alright, Fire Spin. I'll be fine with that one, probably. Let's see how much Spark does. at this stage, I would probably... Oh. Oh, that's how much Spark does. Okay, that's too much. So I need to use Tri-Attack instead. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay. So let's try that again. Get a feel for things. Human Venus flytraps. That's something. Also, I don't always outspeed. It depends on the set. So I probably won't outspeed the shiny because it has good IVs. So that's good to know. Tri-Attack's perfect, though. Seems like a great way to chip some health. Okay. Great. So I think I have a good strategy now. I have a revive if I need it. I have some potions. I have a regular revive, a max revive. Full heals in case of a burn, but that's probably not going to be a major issue. And if my Magneton faints and I need to switch in, the best thing would be my Flash Fire Rapidash, who can sit there forever. So I think we're ready in terms of the team being ready for the capture. So with the Moltres spread, I tried to pick something a little bit more competitive, a little bit more impressive for the birds. So I went with, let's go down here. So this is the Moltres spread that I'm looking at, and it's actually, it's a real weight, 12,000 frames, and it involves pressing and holding a button. So what that means is this is going to be tougher than usual, much longer wait, and it's going to take a little more skill to actually get this. So I am going to give it a try and just see how it goes, because that's all I really can do. First, I need to open the static option here. Legends, Moltres. And I need to make sure you all can see that. Okay. So this is the situation. Actually, no, this is the one. So this is a modest Moltres with 30, 30, 31, 30, 26, 30. So really solid stats. And funnily enough, it has a hidden power 70 fighting, which is totally useless because it's modest. Theoretically, you could use it in a pinch maybe, but yeah, so that's just a fun little quirk with it. But it has really good stats, meaning, number one, it will definitely outspeed my Magneton, and number two, that's the only real consideration, I think. And it's going to hit hard. It's going to hit very hard. So hopefully Magneton can survive like a turn 1 Fire Blast. Does it know Fire Blast, or is it only Fire Spin? I can't remember. Anyway, but yeah, 12,000 frames, that is a long wait. I can't remember exactly how long it is. So let's go ahead and actually see what that looks like in the 10 lines. $30, $30, $31, $30. $26.30. So this is a really good Moltres. It is not like the best competitive set, but it is really, really good. I know, it is crazy for non-manipped, which is why the weight is actually pretty significant. 12,000 frames. We're about to find out in a second how long exactly that is, but it's mono LNA, hold L button. I think. Actually, wait. Oh, wait, no. L button means I have to use that to open the game. It doesn't mean I hold it. So that's even better for me. That's 200 seconds for the in-game frame. Yeah, so 36 plus 206. It's going to be a little bit of a wait for sure. And the seed button is L. So just got to be mindful of that. Mono L equals A. And I think we are ready to give this a shot. Yeah, that's true. You know, they kind of cancel each other out. The modest, but high attack. All right, let's give this a go. More than likely, we are going to be here for a long time. Not just because this RNG is going to take a long time, but also there's a very reasonable chance that even if I encounter the shiny, I will fail to catch it, at least initially. That is a probable situation. And we just need to be prepared for that. It would suck, but that's the way it goes. Also, silly me, I need to stop what I'm doing right now because the calibration I have in Eon Timer is for wild encounters, which is going to be totally off for a static. So good thing I thought of that before we sat through all that nonsense. So the real calibration that we should be starting with is that right there. Excuse me. That is what we want. Now we should be in the ballpark. Oh yeah, I know, Shargo. In the grand scheme of things, it is not horrible. But compared to every other target that I've gone for in this challenge, it's definitely the longest wait so far. And it's only that big of a deal because we're not going for just this in isolation, you know, we're trying to get every single one. So it makes it makes sense to really I think it's on first click, right? Probably. Yeah, anyway, it makes sense to go for the fastest shinies possible. So this is the exception. I want to have solid shiny birds when it comes to the stats. For what joy? I don't really know. I mean, I think it'd just be cool. Might use them later on for various tasks. By the way, Sharger, you said you got that that method to what's it called? Fish. What is that fish called? I'm blanking on the name now. Whatever Pokemon that was that you were trying to catch, Relicanth. Did you ever get that Relicanth you were looking for? I think you mentioned you did. Oh, that's right. I remember now. Yeah, you had to change your setup. What targets do you have in your sights right now? What's your next thing? Well, that's unfortunate. But you'll get there one day. You'll redeem yourself, I'm sure. You mean you don't want to keep your adamant Regice? Oh boy. I'm an idiot. I didn't, Alright, hold on. If I switch this to A button start, at least tell me what frame that was. Oh, it's all jacked up, isn't it? Yeah, I pressed A when I started the seed. I wasn't supposed to do that. And just as check, this is mono L equals A, right? Did I put that in correctly? Yeah, okay. Mono L equals A, seed button A. Do I not have any results for that? $50, $165, $129, $90, $140, $91, $96. Yeah, why am I not getting a result? That's annoying. Okay. Well, I messed up anyway, so... Maybe I was really off on the frame. Couldn't have been that far off. Yeah, that's bizarre. All right. Okay, so I hit the right button that time, but I also I need to get used to how that feels. So. Am I still in wild methods? No, I'm in static. Because it's left trigger, I have to use my left hand. I'm not used to that. All right. So I hit the right button this time. If I don't get a result, then whatever. And now we wait. I think the background music is somehow very appropriate to this waiting vibe. Just out of curiosity, how long exactly is this wait? It's 36 seconds plus 200. So it's just under 4 minutes, which doesn't actually sound like that big of a deal, but... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is maybe the cry has something to do with it. I'll try to rule that out this next time, now that I've actually used the right button. It could be that pressing the initial A press is not when it's generated, but it's the final one, which would be opposite from Zapdos, because Zapdos, it's the first A press, and then you're sitting there with the encounter music and everything, and that doesn't affect the spread at all. So it'd be weird if it was different, but it might be. Stranger things. Yeah, it's something exclusive to the birds. You have 2 A presses on them, one to initiate the encounter and create the spread, and then the next just starts the battle. At least that's the way it works for Zapdos. Could be different for the other 2, but I would suspect not. Yeah, so right here should be locked in. The whatever spread I hit is what I hit. So let's see. And I will expand the range if I can't find a result. Hello, Catty Corner. Welcome to you, fellow gamer. Naive. All right. Still no result. Not good. But what if I just totally max out that range there? Still nothing. What about early? Still nothing. What about my seed range? Still nothing. Well, this is precarious. Go even higher? All right. All right, well, let's do like here. Wow. Nothing. That's insane. Yeah, I'm off by... Well, something's going on probably with the seed because there's absolutely nothing coming up at all. Let me double check that's the right seed there. Oh, shoot, you know what? 17D8. That's not even the right seed, is it? The seed should be 17D8. Yeah. Where did I get... Did I click the wrong one by accident? Those are all the same. Okay, well... that seed was wrong. I don't know why it was, but it was. So now it's right. And I guess... I guess let's try again. But first, let's see if there's a result. Yeah, there is a result. Okay, great. So when I have the right target seed, now things are making sense. So I was two seeds late, and the frame is off by 8. So I was 8 late there, which probably means that I was right about the initial A press, and almost certainly means that I will need to calibrate the frame by a good amount, but I won't know how much for sure until I hit my seed. But I will go ahead and just calibrate to get a little closer to in the neighborhood. So what, that's +8 and 2 seeds late plus the variability. I'm going to say that I hit 5 late is what I'll say. 12, 164. 12, 164. And that should be a pretty decent, yeah. That should be pretty close to the calibration I'll need. Yeah, the left shoulder button works. If it didn't, then the game wouldn't have started when I pressed it earlier. So yeah, I don't know why that seed was different. Maybe I did accidentally click the wrong one, but we're good now. Things are making sense, and we actually made some progress with the calibration there, so it's all good. It is much harder to press that shoulder button with my left hand. Much harder. And now we wait 3 minutes or so. Let me see if I can, yeah, this is all probably fine. I can make that even closer. 12,000. 12,400. 5 seeds is fine. Yep. Trying to make use of the dead time. Perhaps I can go down to the Pokédex entry first. So you're going to be filled out right there. So you're good. I wonder what encounters I'm going to have after this. I think I've done the power plant. I'm probably going to be doing everything at Icefall Cave next. Is that what it's called? No, that's somewhere. That's another situation. But you get what I mean. The Whirl Islands, right? No idea. Hold on. Seafoam Islands, that's what it is. Those are going to be my next several encounters. Several encounters. Seafoam, seafoam, seafoam. Catching the Golbats there. All the seals. And of course Articuno at the end of that one, which Magneton is much better equipped to deal with. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 encounters at Seafoam plus Articuno, so that's 7 total in the next area. So that's plenty to do. Probably won't get there today unless this Moltres situation goes really, really well. I wouldn't hold my breath on that. Also naive. This isn't the same, is it? Nope, different stats. One seed late and still 5 frames late. But at this point, it's not really worth calibrating. I gotta be on seed first before I can get a true sense what's going on. Yeah, I think the hardest part about this whole thing is, 1, this extra long wait, but number 2 is actually hitting the seed with my left hand. I mean, I could probably, like, maneuver the DS so that it's, I use my right hand, but I don't know. Sure would be nice to get this guy, though, today. I could definitely see a situation where I finish Actually, you know what? I'm so stupid because Seafoam Islands are not the next encounters. I'm actually going to go to Berry Forest or the other Sevi Islands instead, because those are more of the next in line encounters. But I don't necessarily need to. Probably don't need to unhighlight these guys either. Yeah, Berry Forest. I'm probably going to do that next, actually. In which case, there's 3 executes I have to catch. See, Berry Forest. There's like 1 or 2 on Bond Bridge as well. So Berry Forest. Look for all the ones on here. Fuchsia, Berry Forest. Fuchsia, Vermilion, Victory, Berry Forest. Is there an encounter on Bond Bridge? I think there's at least 1. Cinnabar, 12. 3. Berry. Okay, there's none on Bond Bridge, so the rest of them are... All the rest of the Sevi Island encounters, anyway, are going to be in Berry Forest, in which case we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 encounters in Berry Forest that we need to get, which is a ton. It's a lot of going back and forth, too. Because at most, I'll have probably like 2 or 3 slots open in my party. But, yeah, that's going to be a lot. So we're probably going to spend a decent amount of time there first. Then we will deal with the Seafoam Islands and Articuno. So spacing out the birds a little bit, I think that's probably for the best anyway. All right, let this one be on seed so I can get a real sense of calibration, please. That would be pretty cool. Damn, I was still 1 seed late. That sucks. And really quite a bit late as well. What was the last one? I was 5 late last time. Now I'm 8 frames late again. I guess that's worth another calibration. Yeah, probably. Well, we could say that's 7. I'll do 6. 6 later for the calibration. 12. 165. And hopefully that will apply to the correct seed. Hopefully that'll be a 1-to-1. All right. I really feel like that's probably not late. Could be early on the seed, but it's probably not late. So fingers crossed for that one. All this for a chicken. Can you imagine? The RNGs are taking it out of me. Let's see, anything else I need to keep an eye on as we go? I don't think there's anything much really. Uncooked, yes. Raw rubber chicken. There are quite a few normal Kanto encounters I still haven't gotten, even outside of version exclusives, because I need to breed for them. And I did do some... I made some eggs, but I haven't hatched them. And there's also probably more I need to breed as well. But yeah. We're moving right along, though. You guys are version exclusive, so I need to remember to catch... I could have been catching this the whole time, but I guess I'll do it in Seafoam. And then the Graveler, the Geodude, Graveler, and Golems, those can technically be encountered, at least the Gravelers can, via Rock Smash. But that is a very annoying RNG, so I may just catch high-level Geodudes and then evolve them. It's probably the best path there. Nothing else really stands out, though, in terms of targets. Seeing a lot more green than red, which is very nice. Very nice to see. Yeah. When you see something on fire, typically that's not a good sign. Well, you should be proud because your 4-year-old logic was very sound. Yeah, it's not a bad thing to have a negative association with fire early on. It's probably going to be in your best interest. Two seeds late again. That's a bummer. And now I'm 3 frames early. That surprises me a lot, that I was that early. But I would say that has been happening today, where it's just like, I'm swaying too late. For no particular reason. So I guess I just have to really be on it. Yeah, I saw the video of the Zapdos in the cage recently from that movie. It has a very distressed cry. I've never actually seen the second Pokemon movie. I saw the first, I saw the third, I saw the fourth. The Celebi and Suicune one, that's the fourth one, right? I actually own that one on VHS. I watched that one quite a bit. And a handful of others I don't remember as well. I didn't hear great things about the second movie, though. Seems like if they're most memorable for the suffering birds, then. Oh, okay. That doesn't sound too bad. That actually seems like a natural pairing. Balance between the world of people and Pokemon. I mean, very similar themes. Nature, humanity. I have no memory of that. I probably watched that movie at least a few times, maybe more than that. I do not remember the speaking Slowking. I remember the main villain. I remember like his Celebi mech that he creates. Suicune walking on the water and stuff. Yeah, I guess it's just very spotty. It's just been so long. Haven't thought about that movie in forever. Oh, okay, gotcha. I was like, I have no memory of that. Gotcha. So it has its charm, seems like. Okay. I don't care that it wasn't a shiny. I just want this to be on seed. And this is the same one. That's gonna really suck. 15, 144. This is the same one. I hit the same one 2 in a row. So this is, again... Yeah, this is 2 seeds late. That's absolutely insane. And that does kind of make me want to change this seed calibration. I'll try one more time without making adjustments, but that is not cool. That I've been late every time, and I've been actually pretty consistently 2 seeds late. So that's a problem. I need to figure out what to do with that. I think I know what you're talking about in terms of the slur, but I don't actually know the details. All right. I swear, if that was late, then I actually do need to adjust the calibration. Because there's no way that was late. Absolutely no way. And I do need to, let's see, need to make a note of the seed calibration here. All right, so I have the seed calibration recorded somewhere. That way, if I do really need to make an adjustment here, then I can. But I'm hoping I can just take a different approach. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's typically how it goes, isn't it? Most people don't get called out for that kind of thing. At least that was definitely the case at the time. Is what that movie came out like 2001. A little bit of a different culture. You're making that up? Wow. And here I was just totally buying into it. I have no context, so Rock could have said anything. I've never seen the movie. I don't know. The only concrete example of like censorship in Pokemon was the Safari Zone episode that got banned in the US for having a gun in it, right? And there was another episode where they had flashing lights caused people with photosensitive epilepsy to have issues. That's all I'm aware of. But yeah, you got us. You got us good. All right, please let this be on seed though, because we haven't even really dialed in the calibration. Morally speaking, Porygon did nothing wrong. You're correct. All right. I don't care if it's shiny. Just tell me I'm on seed, please. I'm begging you. Be on seed so I can actually start having a solid attempt or a solid chance of getting this guy. Are you kidding me? What? I was 2 seeds late again. That is unreal. That is ridiculous. Okay. I'm putting that in. I'm saying I was too late. I'm calibrating and there's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely nothing you can do. So that's the first time I've calibrated the seed in a long time. I would assume the reason that I'm having more issues is because it's a really quick seed. So it's gonna be, I don't know, it's gonna be a little more variable, but yeah, Jinx is full of controversy. So many instances of that. Yes, we all stan James and his free expression of all that he is. To be honest, I haven't thought about the anime that much in a long time. It's probably been... So I haven't watched the show, the actual show, in probably like 25 years, something like that. 24 years, 25 years. The movies I've seen semi more recently because they were more standalone and I had access to them like, you know, the personal VHS tapes and whatnot. And I did see, I saw when they remade the first movie in like 3D animation. That was during COVID, right? That was like 2020, around that time. So I did watch that. A beat for beat recreation of the first movie. That was okay. Decent enough. I would be curious to go back and watch the third movie though. Because I only watched it I think once. And I remember it being very confusing with the unknown and the dad changing into Entei and all that. It seemed very convoluted to me, to my very small brain at the time. I mean, my brain's not that much bigger now, but... Sure. The Zoroark film, that probably would have came out like 2011, right? 2010, 2011, around that period. Still about, you know, like 15, 16 years ago, but... The Zarude movie, yeah. I was only aware of that because of the event Dada Zarude. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that it was mid. Not at all. Okay. Once again, doesn't matter that it's not shiny, just please, 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 be on seed. That's what I need right now. That is one thing I regret, is I kind of fell off Pokemon during the Black and White era, and I missed out on a lot of events and such. Oh, thank God, this is not the same one I just hit. Thank goodness. Okay, people. People, we hit our seed. Probably took me a little bit too long to calibrate that. Seems like that made the difference, but we are 2 frames early as of right now. And I probably will calibrate that just straight up 2 frames. Because that button press felt pretty early already. So we are now in a position where at any moment the shiny could appear, which is what I've been waiting for, what I've been hoping for. So that's exciting. Very exciting. It only took us, what, like a half an hour? More than that? Just to get things calibrated, but we're in a good position now. We're pretty good. Yeah, it is a lot, the anime, and unfortunately I do think that it is geared towards a younger audience. So I don't think I would resonate with it as much now as I did when I was younger. And even then, I didn't watch the anime like a ton when I was little. Definitely had the movies, enjoyed those. But I gravitated towards other shows typically. Now, I will say I really liked Yu-Gi-Oh! The anime. That I watched a little bit more religiously. In fact, I was actually a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan before I was a Pokemon fan. That was kind of like the first big craze at my school. People were all into Yu-Gi-Oh!, the cards, the anime. And that was kind of the big deal until the movie came out in theaters. And then shortly after that, then everybody kind of transitioned to Pokemon. And so I still didn't really get into Pokemon fully, the games anyway, until a lot later, but I had the cards and everybody was geeking out about those and trading and stuff. There's just so many good moments from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. There's plenty in Pokemon too, I'm sure, but a lot stands out in my mind. Plus the original introduction music for each episode, it's badass, dude. Like it's so sick. Fun fact about Yu-Gi-Oh! I actually was in possession of the Egyptian god cards at one point because I won a raffle basket. I went to this like event, this fair, and bought like a few raffle tickets and ended up winning. And it was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Basket full of cards with the Egyptian god cards and everything. So I had all 3 of them, and I like was on top of the world, and it was awesome. And I have since lost them. I don't know where they are. I actually don't have any of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards anymore. They're probably gone in the ether between moves, between houses and all that, which is unfortunate. Truly, it was truly all downhill. Then I got into Pokemon, and the rest is history. Okay, on seed 1 frame early. That's what we want to see. Even though we didn't get it, that's what we want to see. That's close. Yeah, it's crazy to look back at some of those scandals. Cheating was so prolific in Yu-Gi-Oh! The black market. Yu-Gi-Oh! Black market. FBI's most wanted organization. Yeah, but you know, outside of all that, I had some pretty cool cards. I was pretty into collecting, but I was never very good at the game itself, which is unfortunate. Never really took the time to get good at it. I mostly just collected them. Yeah, they're apparently not super useful anyway, but a huge flex, especially for first grade me. It was a very big deal. Yeah, I do hear there's a lot of flexibility in terms of how to apply the cards. You and I are fellow appreciators of the aesthetic over the mechanics. It's kind of been my MO for much of my life. Yeah, I've heard good things about that game. Never played it. The Game Boy Color was my first game console ever. And I'm pretty sure the first game I played on it was the Aladar or Dinosaur Game Boy Color game. The Aladar guy. The Iguanodon. Whatever. That movie tie-in. It was an awful game. It was not very good at all. But it was the first one that my mom bought me. Oh, that sounds fun. Are you picking a card for every single Pokemon? You're picking your favorite design? That's probably going to take you a while. I didn't realize that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules were so haphazard in the beginning. It's kind of funny. Okay, on seed, 1 frame late. We hit one early, we hit one late. You hate to see it. But this is good in general because I am hitting my seed very consistently, which is just what you need. Recreating the card designs in Game Boy Color pixel art. I like the sound of that. Would you use like maybe one of the original TCG game as a reference point and like compare the real card with the sprite in the game and then kind of go based on that? Or just take your own approach. That'd probably work too. I'm not a very big visual art guy, so I have to use these like formulas, or I have to be very technical when I try to make stuff. Yeah. Well, it seems like you both have very cool projects to get to. Those all sound very good. Sure, right. Gives it a very unique stylistic appearance, because the hardware itself can only show so much. Same with, like, you know, thinking about the Pokemon sprites in general through the generations. Each set of sprites has had its own limitations and has gone above those limitations in a lot of ways, or has been really successful. If you think about like the limited palettes and the limited pixels, the original sprites, and how a lot of them still, they do a great job. Some of them kind of fall short a little bit, but they do well most of the time. Yeah, keep me posted. I'd love to follow up with both of your all's projects, the card representation of each dex entry and the pixel art. Those both sound fun. I'm not going anywhere. At least I don't think I am. Bummer. After hitting one early and one late, you get a little excited. You get a certain expectation. Also, is this one early again? Probably is, isn't it? Maybe not. Okay, 1 seed late. One seed late, 1 frame early, but that's, I don't know. I probably still would have been early if I was on seed. Hey, Sergio. How you doing? Yeah, I'm pretty unplugged from socials as well. YouTube is technically a social media, so in that sense I'm active, but not much else. All right. That felt like the seed. Then again, what do I know? I've been way off base before. Okay. I think it's about time we get this Moltres now. I think it's about time. Yeah, it has. It's been a little bit tougher lately to fit in the streams, but I'm navigating it, and I think that it's going to be okay still. I'd say it's been going well. Most of my time has been well spent. Only a couple targets have kind of been drawn out a little bit more than I would have hoped, but I'm making good progress. There's really no telling when I'm going to be finishing Leaf Green. That's kind of the goal right now, is to finish Kanto. And it's hard to say, because I have like, at this point I have like maybe 60 shinies left to catch. That plus I need to breed some more. I need to hatch some eggs. And then at that point, I will be totally done with Fire Red and Leaf Green. Except for when I have to hatch eggs in this game that were generated in Hoenn, because it's easier to RNG eggs in Hoenn and then hatch them in this game to get the Kanto Met location. But I digress. Yeah, I'd say we're on a good pace. Definitely going to finish Kanto, you know, by the end of the summer. Oh, that's too long. No, I'll finish Kanto by the end of June? In the end of the month, maybe? Possibly? Probably? I'd say that's reasonable. Yeah, no, it's really not a ton. That is 60 RNGs, though, each of which takes on average between 10 to 40 minutes. So it does add up, but if I'm consistent, I keep my head on straight, we can plow through. Well, good for you. Everyone does need a break from that sort of thing. I will not be taking any breaks if I can help it, because there is a lot ahead of me for this challenge. So I can't really afford to do that unless I absolutely have to. And I will. If I need to, I will. But that hasn't been the case so far. I still think this is fun. You know, as tedious as some of it can be, I think it's fun. I wouldn't be doing this challenge if I didn't get some enjoyment out of it. All right. Let's get on the money this time. Show me pink. Damn. Okay. It's all right. It's fine. Yeah, Hoenn's going to be a whole different ball game, because we're not going to be messing around with the initial seed. It's going to be constant, which is going to be such a great quality of life. And the resets themselves are going to be faster too. Hello? Why am I getting no results? Did I press the wrong button? Nope. $50, $165, $119, $87, not $97. That's what it is. Oh. I mistyped something else. $145, $108, $100. What happened? I'm not getting any result. That is weird. Well, we can just call it a dud, I guess, but I really should be getting something. 165, 119, 87, 145, 108, 100. There's nothing. Even if I hit static 4, no result. Okay. Well, whatever. Whatever. I mean, I'm calibrated already, so it's not like I needed to know exactly where that was, but it's a little annoying that I have no idea, or that I can't figure it out. Yeah, all the birds have their issues. All the legendary encounters. Mewtwo's probably the worst, of course, because of its constant recover antics. But, yeah, every legendary encounter is pretty high stakes. Good for you doing a successful TGTV, though, with Moltres. Triple frame perfect is... That's something. I'm really glad I didn't need to use TGTV for some solid IVs. For this one. I mean, I could use it to make the 4-minute wait like, I don't know, like 20 seconds. Seems I've been disconnected. Okay, that was weird. My connection just dropped, but I'm back now. I don't know what that was about, but... You are welcome to go for your own Olaf if you want. There's many different ways that you can kind of structure it. So like for me, I've started in Gen 3 and going by region, but you could do a version of it where you're like starting from the earliest game. Like the virtual consoles could be included in yours. You could have different restrictions in terms of the Pokeballs. You could change exactly what you consider to be a form. Like I have my own definition, but it's kind of subjective. So there's a lot of, you know, a lot of ways you can make it your own if you want to, or you can copy my formula. That's fine with me. I don't care. In terms of weather, Sergio, it's been up and down. Where I'm from, the weather rarely stays consistent. It likes to bounce up and down, but it's very humid, especially in the summer, and we are probably going to be experiencing quite the heat wave for the majority of it, probably until late September. It's going to be really hot. Yeah, I don't know. I had a drop for some reason, but everything's back to normal. So... Sure, yes, there are definitely financial barriers to getting everything in the earlier generations. 100%. or in general, you know, just having all the main series games, or at least one main series game in each generation, that's going to cost you a lot. It is not a simple thing of just dropping 20 bucks here and there. It's expensive. Luckily, I have quite a few already in my collection, but I will be needing to drop some more bands for the rest of them. Dang. I'm sure that due to the drop, the lag is going to be a little bit more severe, but nothing I can really do about that. Now, I'm reaching the end of my stream anyway, so fortunately, we're just going to have to sit with it for now. This is the docile... this is the one no, this is different. This might be the one frame early, though. No, so this is the one that has no result, which I'm concerned about. Why there's no result for this? Oh wait, no, is something going on? Why is this? Well, I'm not getting results for any of these. Oh, the seed's different. Why is that? That is bizarre. Why is that different? Hello? That is so strange. Well, no wonder I wasn't getting results. The seed changed. Why did it do that? Yeah, now I'm getting results. Weird. Very weird. What birds do I eat often? I eat a lot of chicken. So much chicken. I think that's partly an American thing. Americans eat a lot of chicken. But me especially, yes, I eat tons of that. I appreciate turkey. I'm a big fan of turkey, so I'll have that too when I can. I don't have it as often, though. And in terms of other fowl, not much. I do really enjoy duck, but that is not as common of a thing in the States. We don't eat a lot of duck here. When I went to, I did an abroad trip in the Czech Republic for a month when I was in college, and they're all about roasted duck and bread dumplings, and I really enjoyed eating that. It's my jam. But yeah, I don't eat many other fowl in that sense. Yeah, and the unfortunate thing with the Gen 3 games is those are probably the most expensive right now. With the exception of maybe like Heart Gold and Soul Silver and Platinum, those three are also really high ticket. But yeah, like copies of Emerald have just absolutely ballooned. It's insane how expensive they are now. Luckily, I've had my copy for a while. I have both my English and my Japanese copy that I've had for years. And I have my original copy of Sapphire. Did have to buy another copy of Ruby. But that was also a little while ago. That was like around COVID 2020. So the prices weren't insane then as much. Not near as they are now. Yeah, Gen 5 is probably, in terms of the difficulty of executing the RNG, Gen 5 is the easiest, in my opinion. Gen 4, well, actually, I don't know. Gen 5 and Gen 4 are both very feasible. I'm not going to call them easy, but they're very, very feasible. And Gen 3 is also simple. It's just that you have to be a lot better with timing in Gen 3, because with, like, say, Gen 4, you know, you hit your initial seed based on the date and time, and then you can manually advance to your target with chatbots, and you can tell what frame you're on with the calls and everything. So there's a lot of information that you have, and you can manually advance to different frames, like, much easier than anything you can do in Gen 3. KFC, yeah. You know, that's KFC is actually like a pretty big phenomenon in around the world. Like, KFC is everywhere, but in its home country, I mean, it's a fast food restaurant that people eat at, but I don't go there very often. It's not a big one for me. If I had to guess, that's 1 frame late. Yeah, it's just not, it's not as big of a thing, I guess, here, for whatever reason. Bummer, bummer. Okay. Lay it on me. What are you? Okay, so I am skewing 2 seeds early now, which is ridiculous, because that I was skewing too late a little while ago. So I don't know. I can't win with this thing, man. I just can't. 1 frame early, 1 frame late. 2 frames early, 2 frames late. If anything, I'm actually, my variation on the seed is like by 2 each time. I haven't been off by 1 very much. It's only been by 2 in one direction or the other. All right. Hopefully that's it. Fingers crossed. That's it. And then I can actually hit center frame. Center frame. Not 1 early, not 1 late. Center frame. Please. You know, I've never had Whataburger, but I think it's probably decent enough among the fast food options. Yes, Sergio, the boulders, they can trip me up with the frame. Shouldn't have anything to do with the seed, of course, but yeah, maybe I would have hit the Moltres by now if they were not in the picture. That is true. It's also possible that I just haven't been consistent enough to really hit my target yet. But again, everyone please remember that when in doubt, it's the timer's fault. It's never my fault. I'm always playing perfectly 100% of the time. It's always an issue with the timer. So let us never forget that. in terms of like going back to the fast food and the chicken, if I have to like go out for some fried chicken, I will actually I'd probably say Zaxby's is my personal favorite. I used to eat a lot of Raising Cane's as well. Both have their merits, but I think Zaxby's would be my top pick. In terms of like my favorite chicken joint, you know, this is also kind of a chain, but not as big. It's called Joella's Hot Chicken. Man, you can't beat that. That is my absolute favorite chicken place. So good. And I'm a spice head, so I like the heat with it. And they just do such a great job. Get a chicken sandwich, get chicken fingers with some slaw and fries. Oh, it's just fantastic. Yeah, I need me some of that soon. It's good stuff. All right, let us hope. Let's see the seed that I'm aiming for, please. And let's see the shiny 2. Why don't we? Damn. Absolutely, yeah. I'd love to go to Spain. The closest I've been, I did go to Portugal last year, and it was a good time. But yeah, never Spain. Yeah, I'm sure, like, especially, you know, like in the Tennessee, Nashville area, they've got some crazy hot chicken places, probably better than anything I've ever had. But yeah, there's definitely room to broaden my horizons in terms of the local food options. Okay, 1 seed early. It's an improvement. Still not what we want, though. And what kind of meat is that? Not familiar with that term. Oh. Skirt. I hope that didn't risk any additional advances because of the boulders. Okay, nice, yeah. Red meat is probably the type of meat I eat the least. Not that I dislike it, but I do find it to be pretty heavy and also typically more expensive, so makes sense on a budget to eat more chicken or turkey even. But that does sound really good. The only thing I really know about different preparations of beef would be like, I know the Wagyu steaks from Japan. There's a local beef I've had, grass-fed, really nice quality. But yeah, I'm pretty ignorant in terms of the other techniques or the other ways to prep cows and all that. And that's the thing too, yeah. Even if you're a food, I wouldn't even consider myself a foodie. I'd say my taste buds are more limited compared to the average person. I can still appreciate for sure, but like compared to someone like my wife who's like, she's like a super smeller and like she has all these different like things where she can taste the nuances of stuff. That's not really me. But I still appreciate a nice quality steak or whatever it is. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I'm more of a spice head. Is because the spice can be a very dominant part of the flavor in most foods. And some people want to focus more on the nuances of the flavor. So, I don't know. Just kind of musing at this point, not really sure. Sure. How does Wagyu compare to the one you just mentioned? Would it be chuleton? Chuleton? I don't know how you'd say that. Chuleton? The T and the X are tripping me up in front of that word. Oh, goodness. So it's nice and tender. That sounds really nice. Gentle, okay. I've hit you before, but I don't think I've figured out where you were from. Okay, now I've been almost early every time for the last like few attempts. So I'm just going to calibrate with this. Why the hell not? So now theoretically, I should be hitting my seed now. Be really helpful. Gotcha, the ch sound. Chuleton. The McDonald's will definitely be a good energy. Now that I've calibrated again, we will see. Make any headway with this. Yeah, it sounds very intriguing. I'm sure I would enjoy. That is one of the reasons I guess I don't go for a ton of steak is when it's really like chewy. I don't know, it's just a lot of work. So I prefer, you know, more tender cut of meat. Be nicer. Thank you, Sticky. We'll see. I've been 1 frame early, 1 frame late on seed. And now, for whatever reason, I can't get on seed. So hopefully that adjustment helped. But we've been at this for over an hour now. And at the very least, I have the calibration set for the most part. So, wasn't all in vain. But unfortunately, I think I only have a couple more attempts in me before I call it for the day, so maybe I'll pull a Rapidash and get it the last attempt. That would be nice. Well, it's past dinner time for you all, right? Did you have it for dinner and now it's the evening, you're still hungry? Oh, nice. Well, the late night munchies is real too. All right, come on. Come on. These long waits are brutal, man. This is brutal. Well, it seems like we have people from all over. All over the globe, people watching. Okay. Who are you? Did I at least hit my seed? Did I do that right? One seed early again? Even after calibration. That is stupid. That is just stupid. Absolutely stupid. I have no problem acknowledging Taiwan as an independent entity, as its own country. Yeah, not an issue. Not sponsored by the Chinese government or anything. I feel like that's a pretty low bar, but yeah. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't think that messes with anything. Okay, so here's the deal. I got probably like 2 more attempts in me before I have to call it. And unfortunately, if I don't hit the seed on either of them, then it's a bust for today on Moltres. But I got a lot of great encounters prior to this, and either way, there's no guarantee. Even if I do get this shiny the first time, it's or I RNG the shiny, there's no guarantee I'll catch it. I might have to do it multiple times, so this could be more of a drawn-out thing. But it is what it is. Yeah, there's no such thing as human error when we're talking about me. It's always the game's fault or the timer's fault. Yeah, this time for sure. Yeah, definitely. Not without a doubt. You're calling it. Yeah, it's the bird's fault. Look at it, just standing there looking all stupid. Yeah, if it wasn't so stubbornly yellow, it's just being difficult. That's why we're having issues. It's choosing not to be pink. Damn. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay. Okay. This next one's going to be my last. For the day. For the day. Relaxed. Oh, different stats. Okay, it's not the same one. Okay, I was on seed, but what in the world? I was 7 frames late. How is that possible? Come again? That doesn't make any sense. Why was I so late? Was it the boulders? But 7 frames, though? That doesn't... Okay, well... I mean, I guess I'll calibrate and... But after hitting 1 frame early and 1 frame late on seed... Now I'm on seed again, and I'm 7 late. I mean, I guess... Unless I want to treat this as a fluke, I guess I have to calibrate. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. It's my last attempt, so... I mean, it might as well be... I might as well calibrate this thing. 12, I'll go 1 under. 12, 165 as the frame hit. And yeah, this is going to be a real Hail Mary. I'm really not expecting this to be shiny then. We'll see. Got to give it a shot. Last try. Sure, yeah. Since we don't care whether it's shiny or not, then it doesn't matter either way, right? Doesn't matter. It would be, not that I don't want it to be shiny, but to be frank, I am pretty hungry. And if it is shiny, that will significantly delay my food. So, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if this was the end, but obviously I kind of care more about getting the shiny, so there are benefits to each outcome. Yeah, shiny Moltres seems to be getting a lot of hate from the people I've talked to. Okay, yes, thank you, Gucci. Thanks for that. I personally, I don't mind it at all. I mean, it's definitely the most distinct of the bird shinies. The others are subtle. Articuno has the best shiny, though, because thematically it looks more like ice, and the subtleness actually is good. Zapdos looks better in its shiny form than its regular, but it is just more saturated, so it's not like anything crazy. Moltres is the only one that actually changes color. And the pink is, you know, it's fun. I like it. It goes with the fire, so it's not like a totally out of the blue thing. Yeah, let's call shiny Moltres is the hot chicken of the birds. It's all peppered up, spicy. But yes, it seems to be getting a lot of hate. I'm sure it's been bullied to sit on its own. Should we give you salmonella? Yeah, probably. Especially since it's uncooked. Uncooked spicy chicken. Sounds like a great idea. Kool-Aid chicken. That's another interpretation, sure. Very good. I would imagine so. I can't imagine Moltres being very good at baseball at all. I'm sure it would really suck at baseball. Okay. Come on. Come on. Damn it. Damn it. No shiny Moltres today. I do like beef tartare. Beef tartare is very good. I've only had it a few times, but it's delish. Never had chicken tartare. That doesn't sound like a good idea. For the aforementioned reasoned salmonella is a thing. All right, what did we end up landing on? Where are we? What is my purpose in life? One seed late and quite a bit early on the frame. But again, you know, it doesn't matter because it was not on seed, so who knows? Who knows what we need to do? One more. Get out of here. No, I'm not doing one more. That does sound rough, eating beef tartare by itself. Speaking of all manner of foods, I'm hungry, and I've been at this for over an hour, so I feel like while I could maybe get it in the next few attempts, I'm getting some weird signals with the frames, you know, being off by a lot suddenly, so I'm just going to call it for today, and start right back up with some more attempts. Thank you all for joining me. This was a lot of fun, and hopefully my next stream, I will have more time next week, or this week, to fit more of these in. And who knows exactly when I'll be able to do that, but I'm going to shoot for maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. So, with all that said, appreciate y'all, and see ya hopefully very soon.